playlist, featuring a smaller pool of maps and operators for a smoother learning curve. Returning players will also have access to a new field training playlist, where you can customize your training experience, choosing your map and settings. And these aren't basic bots. Our AI is trained using real player behaviors, giving you the chance to practice with updated gadgets and real siege scenarios.
And one more note. If you're coming back to ranked after some time away, we've added skill decay, which lowers your skill rating after 90 days of being away from the game. It's all about easing you back in to the competitive ranked experience. There's never been a better time than to jump into Siege right now.
And when you jump into Siege X, you'll notice immediately we rebuilt the entire UI. All of it is faster, cleaner, and designed to help you get to where you want to go without friction. And visually, it's aligned with the new Siege X look, modern and bold. Josh, how about you show us what that looks like?
Of course. You can see with the core dual front tabs, the new hub system is dynamic and modular, allowing us to customize each one seasonally and show relevant information directly in them. This system can scale and adjust as needed. Like, for example, if we really wanted to bring back a fan favorite event in Season 2, we would simply have to activate the new event tab. With that, dust off your cowboy hats and get ready to step back into the 3v3 action, because Showdown is back. Showdown won't be the only event in Season 2, because starting now, every season will feature 2 limited time events.
Jumping from events to another part of the menu that will get a UI update. The Battle Pass navigation system has been redesigned to be more intuitive. The map-like progression menu can be panned and zoomed with your mouse, which lets you focus on the path you want to take to the rewards you want to unlock.
And if you're chasing cosmetics, 2 new animated rewards are waiting for you in this season's Battle Pass. We're also introducing new challenges to support different player goals, whether you're focused on progression, onboarding, or competition. That includes the progression tracker to track your Battle Pass objectives, new onboarding challenges, and progress towards unlocking exclusive dual front skins. Operator skins are a great way to show off within a match. But Alex, I've heard we're going further, letting our operators interact with each other at the beginning of a round.
That's right. Both the audio and universe team has been hard at work bringing more personality to our operators while they're on a mission. We're introducing Operator Banter, a brand new audio feature that brings operator dialogue into matches. Hearing the characters we love interacting with one another adds so much to their identity.
You'll hear lines triggered naturally at the beginning of rounds, short exchanges, reactions, and moments of tension between characters. It adds personality, context, and just the right amount of drama.
Here's a taste of what you can expect.
Don't worry about the shells, Doc. I'm their physician.
I don't think I'd be able to find the vein.
Your mission is to locate and defuse the bomb.
I gave you an easy out. All you needed to do was stay asleep.
I'm warning you now. With some of the stuff Deimos says to Team Rainbow, that dude becomes even more punchable. You'll start to hear more variations across different operators within future updates. We're rolling out a wide range of scenarios that players will discover organically over time. It's all about adding that extra spark of life to every round you play and bringing the universe of Siege into the game. Now, it's time to get a little analytical. Stats are essential to learn and grow in Siege, and the Career tab has been missing something that can help with that.
The Career Stats Tracker will go live with Siege X, your personal performance menu, fully integrated into the Career tab. That's right. It is the place to access your match history, identify your strengths, and track your performance. Stats are broken down across ranked, unranked, and quick match game modes, with dual front and more coming in the future.
You can even filter by season, so you can see your evolution over time. A well-known content creator.
Making it easier than ever to jump in.
Every time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery, yeah. Socializing doesn't
To round it
fit
all
me,
out,
but I can get away so easy. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool
Age to give you a
kids. It's all overrated, no I never missed it. I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 la. Dancing on your body, crazy on my own violin. I can feel the eyes all staring, but I don't care about them saying I was born in this thing, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, no I never missed it. I was born a miss, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated, I just didn't read it. I'm a la 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 loner. Picking up the pieces of a broken heart, guess I was chosen. Stitch it back together, better late than never, steady motion. Can't control my fate, but I control all these emotions. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears in for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game.
Video Commandos.
Papers. Tag from 28559.
Radio. Alpha. This is Pop up there.
He can take his arms around my legs and try to pull me. I'll still levitate. The greatest gift I got is being as holy. One thing I learned, the pain hurts but don't control me. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already
full schedule with filters, so
feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier. Turn away, leave. Maybe we're phantom flames. Why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away, yeah. I don't wanna crash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls.
Op 4, last stop standing. Ready to engage on 4.
Breaking apart, seeing the end.
10 seconds remaining.
We have
The hostage location is compromised. Get ready. 5 seconds and counting.
maybe it's hard to
Op 4 has
understand
visual on the hostage.
that there's nothing left to fight for, and there's nothing left to say.
Op 4 secured the hostage. Op 4, last stop standing. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
Stop.
Light it up, represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again. Light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Papa Bear. We have a beautiful day ahead of us with air humidity at 95% and 102 degrees Fahrenheit. Our task today is simple. We want to win the hearts and minds of the South Vietnamese people. Alpha Squad is visiting a nearby village, making friends and chatting about Viet Cong activity. Bravo Squad is laying on the hill, awaiting further instructions. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha 36 man, reporting for duty, out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. What's your position? Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha, reporting position 2385932, moving to 2795933, out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. Move to 2795993. ASAP. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. Papa Bear, this is Lieutenant Kovacs from Alpha Platoon. Me and the boys are talking about this whole hearts and minds situation. Giving leaflets to the Vietnamese, talking to the locals. Instead of, sir, shooting the Charlie. Private Donaldson here thinks we're wasting our time.
Like forever away.
It would probably be better if CC had sent us into combat already. This stupid-ass war is long enough, even without GIs walking pointlessly from village to village. We should hit Charlie with the majestic power of the holy fucking U.S. Army and return to home ASAP, bathed in glory.
Sir, with all due respect, I think we're doing the right thing. We are not here to destroy Vietcong. We are here to help these people build a country. But Private Donaldson here agrees with you completely. He says we should be shooting at something right now and end this war as fast as possible. He's from Mississippi, probably missing that sweet little sister of his. Sir, you know how close them southern families get.
Ain't you from Texas, Kovacs?
That's correct, sir. But Texas is on the better side of South. We are a whole nother thing there, sir. While Mississippi was still riding on alligators, we were defending the Alamo.
Tell Donaldson there's plenty of shooting coming. I guarantee him. Out. Alpha, this is Papa Bear. What's your status? Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. 36, man. We are moving to destination. Reporting no KIA. 0 wounded. Our morale is excellent. We're fresh. Ammo full. Out. Papa Bear, this is Alpha. We're getting tired. Out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. Engage. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. No targets in sight. Out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. You see Victor Charlie? Report all contacts. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. We report no movement in sight. Out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. Via copy. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. Waiting for orders. Copyright. Out.
Alpha, this is Papa Bear. Move to 2815910. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha. Moving to 2815910. Out. Papa Bear, this is Alpha. Think we've seen some movement in front of us. Over.
Proceed with caution. Over.
Papa Bear, this is Alpha.
Enough, even with that.
Khám phá những cách mới để đắm mình vào điệu nhạc với Spotify Premium. Tính năng trộn bài thông minh để xuất nhạc vào danh sách phát để giới thiệu cho bạn những giai điệu mới. Hoặc bạn có thể tạo trải nghiệm nghe nhạc chung khi bắt đầu một jam, cơ hội để bạn và bạn bè cùng thêm và nghe nhạc. Nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
to access your match history, identify your strengths, and track your performance. Stats are broken down across ranked, unranked, and quick match game modes, with dual front and more coming in the future.
You can even filter by season, so you can see your evolution over time. A well-known content creator once said, Siege isn't just about your KD, and he is right. Now you can check your KOST, kill, objective, survive, trade. Just like the pros, and measure your consistency and round impact the way they do.
Your progress matters, and with these tools, you'll have what it takes to climb the most competitive playlists of the game. Like, for example, Siege Cup. All right, Brazil, this one's for you. We could tell you what's next, but instead, let's hand it over to someone the Brazilian Siege community knows very well.
Fala galera, é o seguinte, hein? Estou aqui para avisar que dia 24 de maio, pela primeira vez no sábado, tá bom? Teremos o Siege Cup. E eu vou montar um squad, né? Temos que montar.
Peraí, mano, mas tá muito difícil, mano, descarregar um papo reto, meu. Tá número já não funciona mais. Mano, pelo amor de Deus.
Vocês são bagre pra caramba. Irmão, vocês são bagre pra caramba, meu irmão. Eu vou. Vou avançar a passarela. Vai na trap aqui, família. O cara tá com o pixel de baixo. Pô, vai tomar no seu cu, mano. Olha o que esse cara tá jogando, mano. Eu vou chamar umas máquinas pra carregar nós. Aceita, aceita. Pô, chama agora meu Deus do céu, thanks, God, thanks.
Esse time aqui tá muito forte, cara.
Agora sim.
Agora tá bom.
Finalmente temos um time, tá bom? Boa noite a todos e até a próxima.
That's right, you heard it from Raza first. Siege Cup is stepping up, and it will now be available on select weekends throughout the season, giving players regular chances to jump into high-stakes competition. New content will be arriving in the competitive packs each season, giving you even more reason to win and stand out. And to give you something to show for it, we're adding exclusive Siege Cup badges. Earned only through participation in victories, these are designed to spotlight the best of the best. Now Josh, to be the best, you need to know the balance of Siege. Its operators, the gadgets, the systems. Are we seeing any changes to the meta this season?
Oh, there'll be some changes when Season 2 hits, and we took the time to prepare for it. In Year 10, Season 1, we held off on major balancing updates. This allows us to have stable data leading into the launch of Siege X. New elements like destructible ingredients, momentum-based movement, and advanced repel all impact the balance of the game, so it was critical to start with a strong foundation.
With all that in place, balancing updates are back on the menu for Season 2. Some of you already spotted a few balancing changes during the reload competition, and you are right. We've been testing and tuning, and now is the time to break it all down. Let's dive into the system update the team's been cooking up.
We will be implementing a reduction to our global limb damage multiplier. What this means is that shots to the limbs will do less damage overall, and the damage will vary, as you'd expect, depending on the caliber of the weapon. This adjustment will reward those with high mechanical skills that consistently land their center of mass and headshots. Electricity is also becoming a neutral element. Like fire, electricity will no longer differentiate which side of the fight you're on. It will now happily destroy any electronic gadget that touches it. Here's how it works. If you're vaulting, rappelling, standing on any electrified surface, or placing a gadget on one, you will be shocked. When shocked, operators are slowed and shout out in pain, but no damage will be dealt. If you are not doing any of these things, you'll be fine. Mute jammers can be safely placed next to electrified walls, and mechanical gadgets like Mirror's Black Mirror will not be destroyed when placed on them. All right, that's enough systems talk. Alex, Chris, how about some operator updates?
We'll be tuning our ballistic shields going into Season 2. Aiming down sights will now be canceled during the vaulting animation for shield users. This will bring down their lethality and force them to think twice before making riskier, aggressive movements. Specifically for Blackbeard, we'll be making more changes. The sound effects of the glass panel moving up and down on the hull adaptive shield have been enhanced, in order to provide more clarity of his shield's state. The glass itself has been tinted to make it easier to see when the shield is down or still extended. A big shout out to the community for this suggestion.
And since we're speaking of operators, let's list a few more updates coming to some of them. To reduce frustration when facing off against Jackal, we've introduced some changes. Footprints will immediately be removed after a scan, and the operator detected will be revealed with only one hunter mark. This makes it more interesting for Jackal to hunt his prey instead of revealing them. Jaeger's active defense system will now be able to detect and destroy Capitão's bolts and Gridlock's track stingers. Thunderbird's Kona stations will no longer heal enemies, unless hacked by Brava, of course. And Sledge? Well, Sledge will now be able to use his hammer to knock a shield user on their ass if they decide to challenge him.
Okay, so we've talked about changes coming to our operators and some gameplay systems. But what about this season's operator? We'll be taking this opportunity
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds before insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Đó vô, không kịp thôi. Dạ, mày đâu đó. Này đi Chết không biết chơi. Mày đi thôi. Lời không muốn gài.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Diffuser is online and active. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. Drone has located a bomb.
Đi
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Chết mẹ rồi. nhớ. Đấy.
15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Diffuser is active, protected at all costs. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Đây, có ghiền có cao lại thấy không? Viên bị cầu.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Oh, fuck.
Cậu má nó bị đốt chết kìa. Sai cái đi.
What the hell?
One. Time expires in 10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Time limit reached.
Brace yourselves, Alpha Team. This is Dual Front. Your primary objective is to neutralize Op4's base. But first, you'll need to clear a path. Gain access to hostile zones. Plant a sabotage kit and protect it until the timer runs out to permanently secure enemy sectors. Intel shows that Op4 has a similar plan, so be sure to also guard our base. Remember, sectors will eventually destabilize, making both sides increasingly easier to capture. For this mission, operator restrictions have been lifted. Unit sizes have been increased to 6, and operators are cleared for redeployment in the event of casualties, or for tactical adjustments. This is a live combat zone, so be prepared for secondary assignments in the neutral sector. Assignments will provide powerful assets that can shift the tide of battle. Complete them whenever possible. Dual Front will be unlike any challenge you've faced before, so be ready for anything. Stand strong. Stand together. We're counting on you, Alpha Team.
làm đó. Cầm dây kìa, cầm dây. Má, không chán được luôn kỳ vậy. Ủa sao vết chúng chán không được luôn. Cái này có xếp cái bệt nào xếp.
You are toast! No!
Phải chiếc bên một ngàn ha. Lần này. Có ngày dứt không giáo xuống bóp được nè. Bắt được hả? Đó, cứ lấy ngàn vàng được chó này cái ai dân thì xíu.
Come here!
ơi. Hay nha. Hay nha. Lòng mát có ok.
Earth used to be our home, until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. Only few of us were able to flee to large bunker complexes. I was born there. I grew up in darkness. After 150 years, we finally returned to the surface of the Earth. At the beginning, it all came down to surviving. We began to store water and stock up on what was absolutely necessary. It looked as if our preparations were going to pay off. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. consequences of the drastic destruction of our environment. But we weather these dangers. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again, and look with curiosity toward the future.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. And we'll overcome this threat too. Not only for ourselves, but to give our descendants a tomorrow. We will live on. It's up to you to build our futures.
Humanity survived. Our ancestors have destroyed the world, and we had to pay the price. With over 100 years without sunlight,
We have prepared ourselves for our chance to make things right. They stole from us a life of happiness. Still, we will make the best of it. Even though Mother Earth is grim and tainted, we have managed to survive. And we will keep surviving.
Used to be our home. Until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. Only few of us were able to flee to large bunker complexes. I was born there. I grew up in darkness. After 150 years, we finally returned to the surface of the Earth. At the beginning, it all came down to surviving. We began to store water and stock up on what was absolutely necessary. It looked as if our preparations were going to pay off. But the planet has changed.
Radiation has become an invisible, deadly companion. Droughts and sandstorms plague us time and again. Consequences of the drastic destruction of our environment. But we weather these dangers. We forge ahead to make this world bearable again, and look with curiosity toward the future.
We have created a new home for ourselves in order to lead a happy life. And yet, no peace lasts forever. Some survivors envy our hard-won prosperity. We won't allow our success to be simply taken away from us. We have to act. And we'll overcome this threat too. Not only for ourselves, but to give our descendants a tomorrow. We will live on. It's up to you to build our future.
Super einfach. Wir helfen dir dabei, deine perfekte Domain zu finden und deine Marke online zu schützen. Deshalb vertrauen uns so viele Kunden ihre Domains an. Du hast viel Aufwand in dein Projekt gesteckt. Aber was brauchst du, um den nächsten Schritt zu gehen? Sichere dir jetzt deine Domain bei GoDaddy.
disaster plunged our world into chaos. When we started our settlement, we had nothing. We had to set up a reliable water supply line first in order to survive. And with the help of our people, we were able to achieve this vital milestone in no time. There were quite a few hungry mouths to feed, and to provide sustenance, some went hunting, some tried their luck at fishing, while others became farmers and opted for agriculture. Now that the foundations for a bright future have been laid, we set up a central hearth to strengthen communal spirit and build houses to cater to everyone's privacy. We even acquired the skills and resources to craft tools, cut and sew protective clothing, educate our kids, and gather herbs to keep ourselves healthy. Despite all that, laying out our cemetery was still inevitable. Rest in peace to all the dear departed. The solar collector, combined with huge batteries, is efficient enough to power our homes, even at night. And today, we are going to make history when a group of valiant people sets off on an expedition, a journey into the unknown. And off they go. Farewell, my friends. Survivors, welcome to prosperity, the dawn of a new era. It's been a long and rocky road, but still, we made it. Our people are yearning for a better, more comfortable life, and we listened. From now on, settlers can make demands to meet their needs in the city hall. New technologies provide for a life worth living again, and luxury goods like coffee, soap, stew, or cake cater to these needs. Especially our workforce. They're grateful for the newest work and survival facilitating additions. Thanks to our newly established construction buildings, the real comfort comes with cozy new housing. But always remember, with prosperous times comes great responsibilities. May this beacon forever serve as the dignified memorial of our struggle and success. Some time has passed since we set foot on the surface of the Earth for the first time, which was a home for more than 150 years. We established our first settlement and immediately took care of basic needs. Over time, the most brilliant minds came up with new technologies that fostered our social and technical development even further. But splendor and wealth also attract shady entities that are up to no good. Yet still, we managed to survive and ultimately cemented our status in this rough world. The challenges to maintain a thriving settlement are closely related to the growing demands of our people, who are now striving for prosperity. Can you live up to their expectations?
Hi, my name is Matthias, and I'm one of the developers at Gentimat. Today I'm going to show you Endzone, a world apart.
Humanity survived. Our ancestors have destroyed the world, and we had to pay the price. With over 100 years without sunlight, but we have prepared ourselves for our chance to make things right. They stole from us a life of happiness. Still, we will make the best of it. Even though Mother Earth is grim and tainted, we have managed to survive. And we will keep surviving.
We finally left the end zone. Just look at this beautiful scenery. It's marvelous, even though it's a bit different from what we had pictured. we were able to secure a few basic resources and are storing them in our bus. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the end zone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Well done. Everything you need to know should be right here. I think the time has come for us to at last build ourselves a new home here. Before we can construct buildings at all, we have to assign the profession builder to several settlers so that they can take care of construction contracts. In general, it's your responsibility to decide which tasks are important. All right. Your builders will be ready as soon as construction contracts have been issued. The first thing we ought to do is to establish a working water supply. So we'll move on to our first construction contract. Place and build a jetty by a lake in the vicinity of your town center. Very good. The jetty was completed as planned. Now we have a place where we can collect water. There are other possibilities to gather water too, but the jetty is the simple. We can obtain and store water from different sources, like a jetty, rain collector, or well in the cistern. The cistern should always be in close proximity to a water source, so that our water carriers don't have to walk too far. Great. We have now installed a working water supply, and water is now transported from the jetty to our cistern. Consider hiring more water carriers if you don't have enough settlers available. You can never have enough water in storage. Now we should focus on food production. It's important to ensure the supply right from the start. A gatherer's cabin, a hunting lodge, or a fishing hut can directly remedy the situation. I suggest starting with a fishing hut, since we're already located near a lake. Good work. We've now taken care of our basic supply via food and water. Make sure you have enough food and water on hand at all times, especially if you want to upgrade your settlement. A population that grows too fast can quickly Crops are another excellent way of getting food, because they constantly grow as long as the soil is moist enough. Each seed has different yields and growing times. This means that it could take some time until your field is ready to be harvested, in contrast to your fishing hut, where production can be right away. Looks good. Remember that we need the widest variety of food sources to stay healthy. You should also plan ahead for drought periods that might come when it's not going to rain. Stock up on food and adapt your production to avoid bottlenecks. I'll show you. At the beginning, we don't have much scrap wood or other resources. We could build a production building, but to obtain resources as fast as possible, it's best that we start gathering right away. Assign a Gather All Resources task. All the settlers who haven't been assigned any... Might come when it's not.
But we have prepared.
Since we now own plenty of resources, we can start to build a real production building. Then you don't have to always make efforts by hand that collecting is taking place. Production buildings are not only easier to manage, they are also distinctly more effective than simple tasks. Don't place production buildings too far away from your settlement. Right on. The best thing for us to do now is to build a forester's lodge to automate our supply of wood and make it more effective at the same time. Good job. You might want to change this building's working area later on to tell your workers where they should get their wood from. And for your information, if you want, you can also tell your Forester's Lodge that they only ought to attend to reforesting an area in order to create a lush, green forest for its generations to come. Very good. Now we ought to take care of collecting scrap. Scrap is one of the most valuable resources because the quantities present are limited, and we can recover other resources from scrap. Unlike the task we just had, the scrap yard allows larger quantities of existing scrap to be dismantled than with ruins or wrecks. Change the working area for the scrapyard, too. We can recycle scrap into 4 additional resources: cloth, metal, plastic, and electronics. We'll do that shortly, but for now, we ought to take care of your settlers' needs first. Our people want a place to sleep and live. Cabins fulfill their need for safety and privacy and increase the confidence of their inhabitants. In other words, building cabins increases their willingness to start families and Besides cabins, you can also provide sturdy houses and shelters as housing. Sturdy houses withstand sandstorms better and have an increased storage capacity to boot. Children living in houses gradually fill up the house's stockpiles. Settlers do not reproduce in a shelter because they lack privacy. Let's return from our excursion into housing and refocus on scrap. With the help of a recycler or refinery, scrap can be sorted into 4 different resources. A recycler always takes scrap apart, one resource at a time, while a refinery automatically produces all 4 resources. To start off, you should build a recycler and produce cloth. You can instruct your recycler to produce a different resource at a time. It's important that you focus on the resources you really need, at least in the beginning. Cloth and metal look like good options. Happy settlers are industrious settlers. That's why we ought to look after our people and protect them against the surroundings and dangers, like radiation. So let's start by transforming our newly recovered cloth into protective clothing. A tailor... We categorize environmental radiation into 4 levels: no radiation, low level, medium level, and high level radiation. The radiation changes constantly and is influenced by weather and contaminated rain. Protective clothing helps to protect us against this kind of radiation, but it takes a while before it's produced. The tools we brought along from the end zone are slowly but surely running out. So now, let's focus on manufacturing new tools. The tools will help us to work effectively. We'll need metal for that, so we'll prepare for production by building another recycler. With our lovely new tools, we are now prepared to work effectively. Should you ever run out of metal, keep in mind that you can also instruct your workshop to manufacture tools from scrap instead of metal. Though they won't. Down in the end zone, we had sufficient time and resources to educate ourselves properly. But our children don't have this luxury. We ought to build a school and pass on what we've learned. As a result, they will be able to survive and work better and more effectively. Besides the fact that educated children work more effectively, we'll also teach them to be more careful with their protective clothing and tools. This, in turn, leads to them staying intact. Now that our population is starting to grow, we ought to again turn our attention to the topic of food production. We are already accumulating fish and tilling our fields. A gatherer's cabin will now enable us to gather mushrooms and berries. Very good. As you can see, the gatherer's cabin is an effective possibility to get food quickly. But watch out. After a drought, it's going to take some time before the plant. Although we are sufficiently supplied at the moment, our survival depends on diligent planning. If we can lay out a plan for an orchard, then we can The orchard has been laid out, and the trees are already beginning to grow. Similar to crops for farming, trees need some time until they are fully grown. But once they have grown, our gatherer's cabin gathers food from the surrounding forests. However, there are any number of other plants there which we can use as well. These plants can be gathered by an herbal hut. The herbs gathered there can be consumed by settlers. we can equally utilize the gathered herbs to convert them into medicine later on. It might happen that an illness breaks out in our settlement from time to time and spreads among our settlers. That's why we always ought to have enough herbs on hand. Radiation is the main reason why the health status of our settlement can decrease. Although our settlers already use protective clothing to shield themselves against environmental radiation, it might occur that our sources of water become contaminated. We should start to filter our water to prevent this from happening. We will need a great deal we can use the charcoal in conjunction with a filtration system to purify our water. Unfortunately, our cistern is not able to do this. Only the water tower has the necessary. It would be a disgrace if we had to demolish our trusted cistern just to erect a water tower in its place. What we ought to do instead is upgrade the cistern itself. A water tower can store much more water and provide Our new water tower is up and ready for action. Good work. Filtering the water is an important next step because clean drinking water is a key mainstay of any stable society. Let's begin with filtering our water. To save on charcoal, we ought to ensure that at least a little bit of water not contaminated by radiation is being stored in our water tower. Water gained from a well is never contaminated by radiation, so it suggests itself for that purpose. Then we can use the remaining charcoal to produce better protective clothing. Good work. We are continuously taking steps towards being better and better equipped to be able to survive in this hostile environment. Filtered water is a precious asset, and later on we can even use it to irrigate our fields. But let's not get ahead of it. Not only our water can become a hazard for our settlers due to radiation, our food can too. We ought to erect a decontamination post. The decontamination post is going to supply all buildings that stockpile food and are located in its working area in order to purify the food that has been affected by radiation. It's true. We should never forget that even when we optimally prepare and protect ourselves, we're still going to lose friends and members of our family time and again. We're going to mourn them, come what may. But if we're able to bury them in a cemetery, then we'll get over the pain and let them rest in peace. Okay, the cemetery will help us to quickly get a hold on ourselves and focus on the tasks that lie ahead. It's not a pleasant thought, but that's the way things are. At the very least, we're pioneers, aren't we? Maybe we ought to distract ourselves to lighten up the mood. We can erect a number of buildings to increase confidence in our settlement, including, for example, a campfire or a pub. In this situation, however, our best option would probably be to upgrade our town center. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, very good. The new town center not only gives us more storage space, at the same time, it functions just like a campfire, too. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, increase their confidence for a while. Now that we have made efforts to ensure the spiritual well-being of our settlers, we ought to attend to their physical health as well. Our settlers can get sick from time to time. Settlers who have become infected with a disease can die from it if they're not treated. Settlers will go to a medical facility to have themselves treated and will be admitted there, provided With this step, we have ensured the survival of the settlement for a while. Very good work. Since more and more children are being born these days, we should... While cabins are a good way to get settlers to start a family, they only provide limited space. This can quickly lead to people having to live on the street. Allow me to suggest to you that cabins be provided only in a very targeted manner in order to control the population growth of your settlement. Nothing is worse than not having enough resources to provide for everyone. Very good. Remember that when children grow up, they're going to leave their parents' house and look around for a new place to live. It might happen that they don't find... I've already pointed out to you that it could become very dangerous if we were to run out of food at some point. Since a lot of people are going to be living in the new shelter, we ought to provide them with access to food in their vicinity. A hunting lodge can look for one... The hunting lodge equally provides us directly with food, but it functions somewhat irregularly. because it relies on wildlife in the surrounding area. Nevertheless, it can be indispensable during a drought, because even the deer and wild boar still roam around. However, wild animals can not only be shot, they can be captured too. When a wild animal has been captured, it can be brought to a pasture and served there as livestock. Animals captured by a hunter are brought to a pasture where they are tended to and cared for by herders. Some animals produce resources such as milk or eggs. Other animals can only be slaughtered to eat. You ought to find out for yourself which type of animal brings you which benefit. On each pasture, you can choose which type of animal ought to be kept there. You must provide water for the animals you keep on your pasture. This enables them to survive and reproduce. When enough animals are fully grown, the herder will start to slaughter them. If you don't want animals to be slaughtered, you can also instruct the herder not to do so. Now your herders know how they ought to handle the animals. And now that you've already captured several animals, don't forget to instruct your hunters to hunt animals again in the future so that they can continue. With our increased production, our stockpile is going to run out soon. The supply routes for our production buildings are getting longer and longer too. To tackle these problems, you ought to build a temporary storeroom and have roads laid out. Good. Temporary storerooms increase your settlement's general storage capacity. Place them in a targeted manner in order to shorten the routes for goods between your production buildings. Roads are equally a great benefit because settlers moving on roads can go distinctly faster than on a normal. To improve the whole thing even further, we can build a market to improve logistics at the settlement. Besides being an enormous stockpile for resources that is even able to store water, the market is responsible for distributing resources within your settlement. What's more, it also increases your settlers' confidence. logisticians are able to amass resources from the whole settlement and bring them to the market. This improves the flow of your products and leads to your settlers having to walk shorter distances to fulfill their individual needs. The combination of these attributes makes the market the ideal building when you want to enlarge or even relocate your settlement. The larger your settlement gets, the farther some settlers have to travel to get to all of the food you produce. To make life a little easier for them, you can build a food station. Logisticians who work at the food station will collect food from your storage buildings and production facilities and bring it to the food station. With the new food station, your settlers are now able to supply themselves with food directly on site. If your settlement is supposed to grow even further, you can think about whether you want to provide additional food stations. Distributing food at your settlement is going to prove to be extremely practical. However, your settlers not only need food to survive, they need water too. To be able to distribute water in a targeted manner, you can build a water point. Now that your settlers also have a water point available, they can supply themselves with water and food. Similar to how it's done at the food stations, this enables you to precisely... Since we have our logistics under control, now we can concern ourselves with the weather and its challenges. We can build a weather station to enable us to make a forecast regarding upcoming weather and learn if potentially contaminated rain might be coming our way. It can also be used to prepare our crops and rainwater collectors we might have against contaminated rain by covering them. Very good. Now that we know what sort of weather awaits us and how we can protect ourselves against contaminated rain by covering our crops and rainwater collectors, we ought to attend to collecting the rain. Rain not only humidifies the soil, it can also be automatically collected via rainwater collectors to generate a steady flow of additional water. Since we've already built our weather station, we're able to decide what kind of circumstances would make us want to cover our rain collectors. Never forget that our settlers might get sick if we distribute water contaminated with radiation at our settlement, even if they're wearing protective clothing. We can have our crops covered to shield our seedlings against radiation. But once they've been covered, naturally they won't be irrigated with rain anymore. To rectify this problem, we can build an irrigation plant. fabulous. As long as our irrigation plant is supplied with filtered water, it is able to neutralize a possible contamination of the soil due to radiation. But watch out. When water contaminated with radiation is fed into the system, this can lead to precisely the opposite. Alongside contaminated rain, there are other environmental hazards, such as sandstorms or droughts. The soil dries out during the drought, and sandstorms sweep across the landscape from time to time. These sandstorms can damage your buildings, and you can decide which type of task your builders ought to give priority to at our town center. You can instruct them to merely repair buildings, to erect new buildings, or to do both at the same time. This enables you to react quickly in crisis situations. For instance, in the event of a sandstorm, you can quickly attend to having damaged buildings repaired. Now that we've taken care of all the necessary needs of our settlement, such as food, water, protective clothing, and tools, our next efforts ought to focus on increasing the settlement's overall productivity. A research station allows us to develop different technologies. Very good. With this new research station and the ability to acquire electronics from scrap, we can provide our settlement with all the materials we need. The research station is very useful in enabling us. Down in the end zone, we dealt with the concept of a solar collector. This solar collector produces energy by capturing sunlight and feeding this energy into a grid. The solar collector also gives us all the relevant information we need to keep an eye on our settlement's power consumption. Each of your buildings automatically hook up to this power grid when you set up an electric power pole within the building's range. Buildings supplied with electricity work distinctly, more effectively, and produce faster as a result. What's more,
Brooklyn. We've built something here. The bridge, security, community, something worth protecting. But anything worth protecting is worth taking.
You know why we came here! Find it! Explore everything else! Repeat, the division's here! They're in the... What's up? Grenade! I'm coming to you, Agent!
To save Brooklyn, the fight starts here.
Security, community, something worth protecting.
Brooklyn is our home. Without you,
it'll burn.
Bang, 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 bang.
We used to be ordinary people with ordinary lives, trained in secret, only to be activated if the worst happened. 7 months ago, that day came.
Around the country, we fought to hold things together, while the virus tore us apart. We thought we had turned the tide. until the distress call came from Washington.
Our capital is falling. Our leaders are dead or missing.
Dark forces are moving to take control of our nation. And we are the only hope to stop it.
We are the last line of defense.
We are the people.
Making a stand to unite DC.
We are the division. And history will remember us.
How could this have happened here?
Today, we are thrilled to bring you an in-depth look at Battle for Brooklyn. Battle for Brooklyn
não faz amor direito. É desse jeito. É desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito.
Anything she didn't truly believe was the right thing to do.
She figured out what was really going on and she tried to warn us. She tried to give us an ally.
Council has seen the light. I hope you will too.
She figured out. She tried to warn us. Community, but we didn't get the message.
Se nós tem pressão demais, eu vou lá no sábado, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha me chama de pai. Se eu
Able to survive in this.
E como ficar
Oh, keep.
for your continuous support. During this year, we brought you Project Resolve, a revamped project award, a significant boost to global events for playability, various PvP improvements, and major gear balancing tasks, as well.
Legendary.
Shout, baby, turn it up, make it work. One more time, you know how it goes, baby. Shake your hips, drop it low, move around, let your skin shout, baby, turn it up, make it work. One more time.
Home. Tab right to go to settings. Setting, control, graphics quality. Control, video 15th res of windowed mode. Cycle with left or right. Set enable DirectX 12 render video.
Full schedule with filters
Monitor.
so you can keep track of matches in your region's
Cycle
local
with
league
left or
just
right.
as easily as matches in
Set the
global
primary
competitions.
monitor for the game.
And an info page to give you a global picture of what CG Sports is all about. But the pros all started somewhere, which is why we've made major
monitor.
changes for new players jumping into the game.
Tab right to go to
Christopher,
settings.
what's the plan?
Well, our focus was making the game more welcoming for new recruits. This season introduces a smarter, more rewarding way to learn and progress with 40.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
We can set the world on fire.
dude, about that. I didn't even...
Would you ever drive a car like this in real life?
Well, even if it's not damaged, as long as it's not fully broken.
See ya. Hey, this is Bell. Meet me at the White House. Got a hero ready to take her to New York.
Không hấp được thì chịu.
Và chia sẻ những bài hát bạn yêu thích với cả nhóm mà không phải nghe quảng
hấp
cáo.
À,
Bạn cũng có thể phát album yêu thích theo thứ tự bất kỳ, với lượt truyền bài và nghe lại không giới hạn. Nhấn vào biểu ngữ để tìm hiểu thêm.
Bốc quỷ đi cô. Đây để cô bật bút.
Switching over, yeah, he likes us on the defensive side. Yeah, big hollow point guy, holding off that right side. Again, token prompt for Imaginary, they slowed it down for the pace from last time. However, he's been the guy that kind of pops off inside of this DMS squad quite consistently in the previous matchup in the first round. Was that guy, but now we're in the second round. We're gonna pop flash again. I mean, it's absolutely aggressive plays, throwing out his E early, coming through on the other side after the flash dance comes through. Find that kill now in that 4 versus 4. So Ike saying that problematic guy on DMS side is removed. He's only 2 and 6 right now, so Imagine are doing a good job shutting down some of the star talent of DMS, but Cleve is the one that's kind of popping off on this map specifically. Maybe that slower style will pan out. Imaginator ready to go. They're setting up towards this A again, but they don't know. Close right. That defensive hold. Tug's also there. Trades it. Cleve though, you totally take that on the offense as you open up this site, A side. Coming on through. You have 2 members towards spawn, ready to go for this mid push. Move back all the way up, using a ton of util on somebody who's not even there. The smokes sort of slow it down, but I mean, this site is really opened up for Imaginator right now. 40 seconds left to go. They're going to plant that converter in the corner where they surely have lineups ready to go. If they so choose, they have the angle flying backward to go with those names as well through that window. They can toss them, but this point now needs to be retaken. 40 seconds left to go. How does this retake pan out for DMS? 3 versus 3. A little bit of chip damage coming through. But here's Recrent. Ready to go with that one shot with the sniper. Oh, no, he misses it. And now on the left side, 6Q's able to lose. Hello. That 1v1, and Recrent strikes it back. With the clamp down now. 1v1 against Axon. Can the Screamer do it? Throws down the wall! Axon with a shotgun shuts him down.
Oh my goodness, the shotguns from Axon really
Agent, we've just received a distress call from New York. There's been an attack on the division, and they've requested immediate support. Meet me on the White House South Lawn. There's a helicopter prepped for us. We need to leave now.
Papa, this is Bravo. Lieutenant Coleman speaking. Should Bravo's...
Quá easy luôn hết chứ. Cái này phải bạch kim không vậy? Tôi đi chắc lên cho deadlock qua đi, deadlock qua đi.
Ghê quá. Thiệt á.
Hope you're ready to go to New York.
Yêu. Victory, but Imaginators have reigned victorious for map number 1. Yes, for map number 1. We've got map 2 coming up in just a second, and we will be seeing that coming up very quickly here. What a play for the finals. They were so close to being able to capture that and get the defuse off. He gets off the defuse, goes for the pre-aim, the ricochet, just throwing him off his game a little bit, tries to go back, readjust his aim, and he does end up losing the fight. It was so close, yet so far away as we reset for map number 2.
Yeah, that card is so hard to deal with, and I'm really curious the decisions. I mean, obviously DMS played very well on Black Market, don't get me wrong, but I know a lot of these teams, I think, the coaching is still sort of being decided right behind the scenes, whether it's a sub or if they have a real coach or whatever. So I wonder, like, the decisions behind picking Black Market, right? I get it, totally makes sense, but with both of these teams, specifically that's DMS Mac pick, right? They just lost it, and honestly, it was kind of one-sided. 6-2, right? That's pretty strong for Imaginator, and I think if maybe they had somebody to go over win rates, right, to go over like how things are going in practice, to like potential, like you just want to. I think it's worth it to go over like maps from a statistical standpoint, right? How often are you winning these maps? What's your current percentage of win rate in scrims in practice? And then, just going into the map pick, Imaginator, like you said, they were so good on Black Market. We have to take that in consideration, no? Like, that's something you want to think of before the matchup. And I just feel like map pick-wise, that's such a brutal position to put yourself in, because that's your map pick. You lose it. Now we're going on to Imaginator's map pick for this map for 2.
The DMS, yeah.
Cho bây giờ em có 1.009 tỷ em là tổng tài. Chuyển cho anh với. Anh có người yêu chưa nha. Anh ơi, nay anh đẹp gái vậy. Tôi nhảy xuống bà trời. Tôi nhảy xuống bà bây giờ. Thế là giàu là không chia anh với à? Ồ, thì ra là giàu là không chia anh với. Ồ, chắc là do anh ảo tưởng. Ai? Lag á hả? Lại lag cam à? Bom ơi! Cái đuôi của mày!
That's what I want, Asian.
Bom ơi! Cho mọi người ngắm vẻ đẹp trai của tao nào, Bom ơi!
Lắm.
Backup request sent. You are now group leader.
Thế còn nghề gì nữa ông ta? Tiểu khu chơi rồi. Xít sợ giờ không thật thôi, nghề đá tôi nghĩ là không phù hợp với tuổi già như tôi đâu.
The neighborhoods you'll be moving through are hyena territory. They're a bunch of vicious assholes who prey on the weak and vulnerable and kill for kids. And they destroy whatever they can't steal for themselves. But they've been an especially serious problem for the theater settlement. Given our situation, we need the help of the settlements. They can't do much if they're struggling to survive. So see what you can do to take some pressure off them. But don't forget that we have to get the Shade Network back to full strength. In a lot of places, the Division has been the only thing holding people together. But with DC as the priority, most agents are completely cut off. They're not gonna last long without support.
I think they're down below again. I don't know if they have a nitro.
Arcade clear as well. One is in daycare. The dog can't shoot in daycare. Get him.
I'm talking about arcade. He's going down again.
Yeah, one dog, one daycare.
Going down yellow, fucking green ball. Oh fuck.
The dog's stuck in barrels. I literally got a hold of barrels, so you guys have 4v3.
There's 2 barrels there.
Oh yeah, there's orcs as well.
Keeping them.
Close
Guys in the rotate.
In the door?
Yeah, close to the door, if I'm correct. Oh, there he is. The dog should be here as well, unless he rotated up 3 yellow.
You can check.
He rotated.
Flash yellow rotate.
Okay, it's like the stutters again that I meant.
Check break.
Can I hold your yellow? Or can I help you out?
I'm gonna put a cam yellow.
I can breach the wall if you...
Break's clear. I'm gonna get a double door so you can
breach
here.
Yeah, I can try and hold the rotate for you if you want.
Yeah, I can breach.
Flash the double door now.
He was in the rotate.
Yeah, I wasn't ready yet.
No, sorry, I was like, I went too early, that's on me. I'm holding yellow, Kim. That's on me. Oh, really? Is your Friday,
Still arcade, yeah.
Do you have something bad to do on Friday?
Nope, Dog's with me.
I'm inside.
Oh, the freezer still top yellow.
Flash a dog around me, so...
Well, what wasn't Bob?
If you guys still have you can let Dog's running towards the dragon now.
In that case, I'm having my food. I'm still watching Yellow Flink. Oh, it's really expensive as well then, isn't it? Oh. Expensive.
Yeah.
Didn't even aim.
Yeah, same.
Nice try.
I got hit fired.
That's not bad. That's not bad. For something you can replace on your car, that's like a doable cost. But like, yeah.
Hey guys.
I feel like if you really know things about cars, being a car like working in a garage right now could give you so much money because it's insane how much they charge you for simple and small things in a garage in the Netherlands. It's actually crazy. Have a lesion?
Again.
Well, they could be bunks still.
Yeah, they're bunks.
We can push on the other side, but they have we can push on bumper car side, but they have a pulse. We gotta be careful for.
5 seconds.
Lots of Hopi. How are you today? Hello, hello.
At least I didn't see the bombs, but they were like 3 at least upstairs.
A car enthusiast.
I don't think those play upstairs.
I have a boss exactly. That's cool.
It's actually not funny. Like, oh, they were watching a scam though. Be careful. I can open it. Hold up.
Ow. There's steps here, close.
Oh yeah, in bathroom. In bathroom and in cash. There's 2 here.
I can call in a second.
They have headholes and it's flash as well.
Yeah, but this is very dangerous. There's so many people here. I'm gonna run past.
Throw in a hallway. Cash.
Yeah, flash is there. Flash in the cash hallway. One on top dragon, left side. Dude, the times or the ways that I'm dying this game have been so unfortunate, like it's not even funny.
Yeah, I don't want to be here. Good luck.
Yeah, this is very risky there.
Let's go.
Gonna ping Anna. So Ella is below the control as survive. She's on Dragon. One initiation.
I want to see if I can get the thing.
Guys, just fucking go everywhere.
Yeah.
Ella is running to yellow. That might. Bottom Dragon again.
Eliminations on their attack side, pleasant situation they're in. They took advantage of the chaos sort of created there. And DMS is now down to members. It feels like they weren't even able to react. The pace was up to 11, and Imaginator already had the converter down. Already planted at B site, and DMS able to find one with Exit, but it's traded on the other side by Wind. However, Cleve able to get it back again. Cleve has been playing a great job throughout the whole series so far, and now Jala looking towards the spawn, tossing off the nade, line slowing it down again. Chenmo there with the Axon, able to get one more. There's so much damage coming through the Cleave. Alone now in a 1 versus 3, able to find one. That's not enough. Round number 1 gonna go fade in Imaginator.
Imaginator taking round number 1. The opposite trend of what we saw last game on the map number 1. We saw on Black Market DMS being able to get that first round pick. So we're going to be taking a look here. Long Dash getting banned out. That's one of the most popular cards in the game. Being able to pump that full and get some really crazy melee attacks coming out. Muscle weakness going to be picked up. Fall faster. You can die from fall damage from a very low jumping point. With muscle weakness, or no, sorry, muscle weakness. Your nades and your projectiles. When you're throwing your nades and projectiles, you're not going to be able to throw them as far. They're gonna fall faster. Your lineups are gonna get all messed up. So that is a really huge card on the side of Imaginator. Tall Poppy, interception, and bullet upgrade for DMS. They're going all in round 2 to try and even out the score. They don't want to let Imaginator get too far ahead, especially in such a defender-sided game. They really want to win these defender-sided rounds before the swap, and they have to go back on attack.
B main, aggressive sort of angle here for Imaginator. Throwing in those massive nades from Axon, like you mentioned. Just disgusting, they have to deal with it. Dex already sent back to spawn, by the way, on the backside from the copy. And the one going again, Asaki, man, he's been so good. Finds the opening pack onto Moto, and Chenmo's also here to follow up. I mean, this team is just so aggressive at the right time. Converter's already down. Traded again. Jaula finds another one, coming on the back left with the pistol as well. Asaki getting another 2 in this round. Throw it on through! I mean, he's just going aggressive as all hell. Chenmo's there with the follow-up, and they're already done with the round.
Wow, they are sweeping.
Dude, I'm loving this. This might be the most exciting team to watch in the tournament.
Yeah, they've got their strategies to lock down pack, and Imaginator are on a absolute tear right now. Barrier destruction and long-term investment going to be banned out. Pure shot going to get picked up, as well as chain reaction and quick start. As you're going to be seeing scanning bat and full front time kill saving. 3 points left for Imaginator, so they still have the option to pick up another shard card.
One time. Holy crap.
And I'm the old one, huh?
Yeah, I mean, oh, dude, you just have better street settings apparently.
OLED, bro.
Yeah, you probably.
One day you guys will upgrade to OLED.
In my profession, I'll be lucky. Down, but.
Nah, dude, just take your vitamins every day. Okay. This little gimmick some money, man. We're broke as freak, dude. We got $120 to our name.
I got no plateau. What you doing?
Most wanted in the bottom. Oh, don't do that. That's
That's the bot. Should up and do it. I don't know. There was no other option. That's normally how the bots kind of work, you know, when you add thingies, but there's no like website of this thing, there's nothing, you know what I mean? So I guess I gotta ask Miyoshi how she set it up with this. Is it only maybe for her chat? I have no idea, you know.
Do you have to mod that thing?
device detected.
Ooh, I made it! Thank you very much.
That's probably the shittiest part of this whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
I think we all need to get better at dodging his second phase, because he just goes full mental on the second phase, and none of us dodge it. We all literally get caught by every single maneuver, and I think that's what's doing us in the most. But can't really learn the maneuver because we don't really get to the second phase too much. Hello, meme. So it's hard. Oh, no way. Is that the one that is weak to poison, yeah? Do that. I didn't even charge it. Okay. Go down steps. Actually really good, isn't it? RMK, they're not coming on today. Well, tag aren't anyway. I don't know if Secretion's down, but I think he stopped streaming. He did a short stream, right? Because I was in his stream last night, talking to him. I resubbed to him, and he was off this morning. So yeah.
Bon, c'est juste vraiment, c'est pas un peu dans son body.
Detected.
T'es sûr de toi? Ça prend 3 plombs.
Échec. Bon d'accord.
Coming over for dinner? Not tonight. Gotta meet with some National Guard buddies. They're worried they'll get called down and quarantined in New York.
Ça c'est terriblement terrible.
Mission studio externe.
Non.
Couple of months, no one will hear remember what they are. Y2K. Y2K. No, how does it get I feel? It doesn't feel like it's just gonna blow over. You're scared. You know what happens when you're scared.
Coming up on the theater settlement. The woman who runs it is named Odessa Sawyer. Try to stay on her good side.
There we go. Ah, stupid thing.
Ain't that the sharpest bit of truth? It's appreciated.
Yes, I am. I don't know what's going on, but the internet's been a little wonky this morning.
Portable electronic device detected.
Greetings. What's up, everyone? I'm Evan. I'm the brand manager for Harma. I'm here with Andre, who will be our content manager. You might know Andre because he does a lot of most of the awesome screenshots for us. He's worked on the trailers, all the cool cinematics. You might not know that he is also on servers all the time. Well, he plays officially. We talk to Sam every night. And he's an avid Arma player. So we're gonna hopefully show people how it's done. I don't know, you're talking a lot of smack with Burochisko and Klamak, you know, so yeah, so maybe we can show something better. But probably not, no. But no, the goal today is going to be to rank up to show you how Andro approaches conflict. One thing, we are marketing, so we're not devs, and we won't be able to answer all your crazy technical questions. So we're basically going to be playing the game and talking more about the game, not necessarily.
Cold, alone, soaking wet, dressed to kill, dressed to impress, and armed to the teeth.
Tình trạng ê buốt răng thường xảy ra khi bạn ăn đồ nóng hoặc đồ lạnh, mà theo thời gian nó có thể trở nên nghiêm trọng hơn. Tôi chọn kem đánh răng Sensodyne Repair Protect Deep Repair vì sản phẩm này có thể giúp phục hồi và bảo vệ.
Today, we are thrilled to bring you an in-depth look at Battle for
What do you believe, Agent? What's the truth? That Lau was a traitor? That Kelso has betrayed you? And that I am your enemy friend? Now, you want the truth, Agent? The real You might not like these. Come find me.
All Division 2 players can now reach level 40 to unlock endgame content. Update includes the Summit, Countdown, Paradise Lost Incursion, Seasonal Manhunt and events, and earn exclusive weapons and gear.
We had this first game and we had a huge amount of really good data about what people really loved, what people didn't like so much, what they connected with, and we knew what we wanted to do as well.
Division 2 for me was, a way to improve on Division 1 in just about every way, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished in Division 2.
People came onto this and they thought about it as a box game, a sprint.
No, this is a marathon. People came onto this.
Tens of millions of players that have played both games and how long it's been. It's so humbling. First, the scenario. People can relate to that or can think of that scenario happening, and being able to live that in the game is a really attractive proposition.
Recreating Washington, D.C., making sure that the co-op experience was there. The dark zones presented a different challenge for everybody. The raids were a huge thing for us too.
And then we release a game that works right away. This is what it makes special. It's like a combination of perfect storm.
The way the hunters kind of stalk you and turn up in unexpected places during the campaign, that gave me chills.
A highlight for me would be the release of Descent in 2023. The fact that me and my team worked a lot on it and it was entirely developed in Bucharest.
It's time to see what you're capable of.
One of the most underappreciated features is the Shepherd system. And ultimately, this is what the Division is about. It's about helping others. This is really unique, and that's one of those details that make the Division 2 really special.
My favorite mode for doing it is quite hard to name one. I would say Tidal Basin and Fighting the Black Dust.
Agents of the Division, this is our chance to save the nation.
Thank you for being part of Division history. And thank you also for your continuous feedback.
It's a treat to listen to you and see how we can make this game better together.
The game is about community. It is about teamwork. It is about building something when everything goes wrong.
I'm so incredibly thankful for your support. It means the world to us.
The fact that we can go into this digital world and create community across the globe is something that I think is very special about our game.
It isn't just a video game to me anymore. It's a community.
And no matter how many times I go back to it, I continue to find things to do, laughs to be had with friends, and it's a place where I can truly feel relaxed.
The Division 2 means everything to me.
5 years, can you believe it? You're still going strong. Well done all.
The Division 2 means so much to me. So many memories, so many friendships all over the world.
The online experiences I've been able to share with other players and friends, it's just deepened and enriched the game in so many ways for me personally.
It's been a crazy ride. I've enjoyed every single minute, and I've got my ticket for whatever comes next.
Don't keep the hunter waiting too long, devs.
We are working on year 6, we're working on a revamp of the seasons, a whole new DLC bringing us to Brooklyn. There is a lot coming, and this is a really exciting time for the Division 2. Okay, you good? Got what you wanted?
That was awesome, well done. Well done.
Thank you. And it's just year 6, and I really can't wait until we can start telling them about what's coming after with all this.
Yes. Menu narration volume. Menu narration voice. Cult. Menu narration voice. Tech menu narration voice. Voice 1.
Text menu narrate text to speech compatibility mode. No. Change with left or right. Reduce text to speech quality, but in colorblind mode. Video. Controls. Mouse sensitivity. Mouse aim sensitivity. Mouse mouse smooth. Swap map gamepad look sensitive. Mouse. Audio. Home. Tab right to go to settings. Select a body type. Press select to continue. Head. Push down for the next option. Confirm character. Hold select to continue. Confirm character. Press
We took things for granted. We expected coffee in the morning. We expected free Wi-Fi. When those were taken from us, we survived. When communications broke down, the trains stopped and the internet went dark, we survived.
But when the pharmacies were looted and hospitals shut down, asthma became lethal. And with no police to protect you, did you own a gun?
Did your neighbor?
Some survived.
We are a resilient species.
When our society collapsed, we found ways to go on. And now, for the first time in centuries, what we want is also truly what we need. In the face of disaster, we helped each other.
We built new communities in the ruins of the old. We adapted. We survived. Established a new normal. But there are also those who build nothing. Create nothing.
Hyenas preying on the weak. They've made our world bleed. But we don't stand alone. A brave few have sworn to protect us and save what remains. They unite us.
Remind us that we are one people. They are our shield and our light. But if that light goes out,
who can save us then?
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel. Flash priority.
The base of operations is under attack. Hostile forces have breached our southern perimeter. We are in need of immediate assistance. Repeat, need immediate assistance from any nearby agents. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I want to make sure whoever finds his body knows better than the function behind this. Then I will. Let me help. All government personnel, the White House is under attack. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
Our job is to make sure nobody comes up from behind. Just keep your goddamn eyes open.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
Hey, thanks for the help out there. You should check in with Manny, our coordinator, upstairs in the Blue Room. And come by here if you ever need help with your tech.
the latest? Has he decided Russia's responsible after all?
No. He's dead.
Tell me you're lying.
I swear, I'm not. A heart attack got him an hour ago. They couldn't revive him.
Shit. That means that Mendez is in charge.
Is that all you can say at a time like this?
This is you. Welcome to DC. I'm Manny. I run comms. I'm guessing the division alert brought you here? Damn glad to see you. Let me show you exactly how screwed we are. Ever since the JTF imploded, the city's become a playground for murderous fuckheads. There are several main factions, and a whole lot of bottom feeders sucking up whatever the big dogs miss. A few civilian settlements are still holding out against all this villainy. They need more help than we've been able to provide, especially since the division network went dark. That's Kelso. She's one of the last surviving agents in DC. She's operating out of the theater settlement on a priority mission. You should go check in with her. If anyone knows how to get these systems back online, it's her. Oh, and introduce yourself to the locals while you're at it. It'll comfort them to know there's a new sheriff in town.
By the way, Agent, head downstairs and check in with the quartermaster. He can get you set up with some division tech. You're gonna need the edge.
Looks like you're ready to learn a new skill. What'll it be? Later.
The theater settlement is off to the east. You'll probably run into some trouble along the way. You'll have to do this block by block, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
What can I help you find? Thanks for your visit.
Sending backup request. You are now group leader. Another agent has joined your group. Backup arrived.
Assistance, enter the safe area through the nearest checkpoint. Thank you for your cooperation.
Group augmentation.
The neighborhoods you'll be moving through are hyena territory. They're a bunch of vicious assholes who prey on the weak and vulnerable and kill for kicks. And they destroy whatever they can't steal for themselves. And they've been an especially serious problem for the theater settlement. Given our situation, we need the help of the settlements. But they can't do much if they're struggling to survive. So see what you can do to take some pressure off them. But don't forget that we have to get the Shade Network back to full strength. In a lot of places, the division has been the only thing holding people together. But where DC is the priority, most agents are completely cut off. They're not gonna last long without support.
Priority item detected. You are no longer in a group. Group augmentation inactivated. Agent vital signs 0.
What the hell? Oh shit.
It's always nice to see you.
If you're looking for Agent Kelso, she just left. I should have gone with her. But I'd only slow her down. I know you got your own problems to deal with. But them hyena motherfuckers took my little girl. To get to me. If you can help, I'll be on your debt. And I'll always pay my debts.
Nice seeing you again. You happy? I'm happy.
Keep your elbows out. You'll be a smaller target that way. And lean into the stance a little.
Don't grab the barrel all the way out like that.
No, that's fine. Good for stability. But your arm will tire quickly. So, like this?
You should pull your shoulder back.
Stop. Just stop. What's your name?
Peter.
Okay, Peter. This is how it's gonna be. If you interrupt me again, I'll throw you off this roof. And if you pollute anyone here with your advice, I'll throw you off the roof. Is that clear enough for you?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now, that there is the bulk catch. When the magazine is empty,
You're coming up on the theater settlement. The woman who runs it is named Odessa Sawyer. Try to stay on her good side. You're right next to the Grand Washington Hotel.
Okay, here we go. That should get their attention. Head to the service entrance on the east side of the building. Once you're inside, find a way to the atrium.
Portable device detected. radio intercepted.
We're under attack. It might be a diversion, so be ready. Yeah. Come close.
Hostile radio intercepted.
I'm heading upstairs to the hostage. Everybody, get to the atrium.
Shit. Saint's here.
The who now?
Hyena big shot. Real unpleasant. We need to kill this asshole.
Nobody get through. Nobody.
Really sucks. Floor. Take the stairs to the right of the elevators and work your way up.
Electronic device detected.
I just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it. That's what you get, you dumb sons of bitches.
You doing alright there, Kelso?
As long as I'm not breathing asbestos. That blast did a lot of damage.
Portable electronic device detected.
I'm sure there are. They're just not willing. Can't say I am either.
You've led troops in battle. This can't be that different.
It's a world of difference, Thomas. War is about killing. This is about living. I know how to set up an ambush or call in an airstrike.
I'm on the roof, holding for backup.
I have eyes on you, Kelso.
You see Saint?
I don't know what he looks like, but there are plenty of hostiles up there.
Not for long.
Holy shit!
This is my town, agents!
They're gonna be in pieces.
So what's our situation? Give it to me straight. I don't want any of this mamby-pamby bullshit people have been feeding me about what's going on.
Mr. President, it's bad. Whoever planned this timed it perfectly. We've already got outbreaks in 22 cities domestically and 14 internationally, and the reports are still coming in.
Do we have any idea who's responsible? Or is this a natural outbreak?
Negative on that, sir. DCD has just confirmed the pathogen is a smallpox variant. There's no way that got loose where it did, when it did, without some help.
So who was it? Moscow? Beijing?
They've got problems of their own, sir. The truth is we don't know. We just don't know.
Glad you made it. Ready when you are. Let's do this.
Holy shit, man! Oh, fuck. Good.
Eleanor? Your mom sent us to bring you home. Are you hurt?
Who are you? What's going on?
She's in shock. I'll bring her down when she's fit to move. Let's meet at the theater later.
Heads up. We've got hostiles flooding into the building from the street.
Get down there and take care of them. I got Eleanor.
What the fucking shit? Run! Holy shit. Oh, fucking shit.
Manny, is Odessa on the line?
I'll patch her in. Odessa? Kelso has some news for you.
We got Eleanor. Is she okay? She's okay. I'm bringing her home. Oh, God. Oh, thank God. See you soon.
We've got some new footage of the hyenas. Might help you make more sense of them.
Step back.
This should be easy.
What's your fucking problem?
Just leave, man. We don't want any trouble.
Wanna see what I can do?
Guys, maybe we should just leave.
No fucking way. Look at this.
Fucking alert.
This is gonna go good.
Shoot him!
What the fucking shit.
Here comes a grenade!
Where?
Good to have you on our side. Let's fight!
Visitors are not currently permitted inside the theater. If you need to speak to somebody, leave a message at the entrance and we'll make sure it gets into the right hands.
Oh, hey, agent.
Want it? I got it. Or I'll get it for you.
It's worse than ever, Odessa. We're barely holding things together.
What am I supposed to do?
Help us!
I am helping. I am helping. Just not the way you want me to.
We need you out there again. Your leg wouldn't stop you.
It's not about that.
I know it isn't. But if we fail...
All right! All right. We could probably spare some people.
I'll be outside.
She said you did your part. I won't forget it.
Good to see you.
You rule, Agent.
Looking good, Agent. Hello. Hi there.
security situation is hopeless. Rain, perfect combination.
Play emote. Play emote, wave, rock, paper, scissors. Play request, applaud. Play emote, jumping jacks.
Looking good, Agent.
Inventory. News.
Wow.
Clan.
Look who it is.
You play.
Hello?
Inventory.
Earth used to be our home. Until the nuclear catastrophe plunged it into chaos. Only few of us were able to flee to large bunker complexes. I was born there. I grew up in darkness. After 150 years, we finally returned to the surface of the Earth. At the beginning, it all came down to survival. We began to store water and stock up on what was absolutely necessary. It looked as if our preparations were going to pay off. But the planet